That should work a bit better. Okay, hopefully you can hear me a little bit better now. New Zealand Helis and Planes, welcome to the show. G'day. Great to have you back. Tally with the Meta. It's pretty strong. 19 knots of wind there. Just watching live stream from Brisbane at the same time. Is that Julia Flights? I think it might be. Great to have you here. Thank you for your company. Oh, Tracy already with a $10 Australian super chat. Morning, Harry. Hope you're well. Hi to chat also from Melbourne. Welcome back to the show. Thank you so much for your support once again. Looking forward to some interesting action today. Should get a couple of go-arounds hopefully with this wind. It'll make up for standing out here in the cold. If we flick the camera around, I've got no jumper on. It's kind of cold. I forgot to bring one. It's not good. Not a good idea. However, I do have a little fluffy thing over the microphone, so hopefully you can hear my voice a little bit better than you otherwise would have. And yeah, so massive thank you there to Tracy Reed for the super chat. So we're out here at the lookout today on Puanui Road. Should get a really nice view of arriving aircraft coming in right in front of us. And it did look like when I was walking past, yeah, I think we're going to have a private jet movement sometime today. Oh, there you go. Brisbane Airport live stream supported by Only Planes Network. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So it's not an Only Planes Network stream. Interesting, very interesting. And the sound's good, that's awesome to hear. Alright. New Zealand Helis and Planes tuning in from Tauranga. Awesome, awesome. Hopefully it's not as windy as it is up here for you down there. And Nicholas, good evening from a cold Germany, 1 degree Celsius. Well, I consider myself lucky then. Even if it is a bit windy, at least it's not 1 degree. Welcome to the show, welcome to the other side of the world here in Auckland. So just before the stream started, we've had United Airlines 777 coming in today. I saw yesterday that it was meant to be in the Evo Blue livery that we were talking about last week being such a good livery, but it's not. It's actually in the normal or the old livery but with a blue engine cowling, so that's quite interesting. Let me get some information on our next arrivals. Not too far out, we have American 35. It's a 787-9 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth in the States. And about to head out as well is New Zealand 946, Tally's favourite one. off to Rarotonga, ZK-NZC. Aviation flights in the Auckland penthouse celebrating 6 months. That's awesome. Alright, we better dedicate an aircraft. Better dedicate an aircraft movement to aviation flights celebrating 6 months in the Auckland penthouse. I think a good movement to dedicate must be American 35. So that aircraft is about 5 minutes out, currently over Waiheke Island, coming through 5,000 feet. So that aircraft will be dedicated to aviation flights. Tracy, 22 degrees here in Melbourne. Going to be 31 degrees. Ah, lovely. Although we had about 30 degrees the other day and it wasn't actually very lovely. It was way too hot. I'm not too sure what it's meant to get up to today. It would be somewhere around 23, 24 degrees. Hopefully it's sunny over there too. It'll be a great day in Melbourne. There we go, beauty day in Tauranga. Awesome to hear. Lucky you. Was just up here 2 weeks ago in Auckland on your way back from Nelson. Awesome. Back on the 6th of January. Only a month to go. Joshy, how's the weather? Overlooked weather in Auckland. It's a little cold. The wind makes it cold, really. It's a southwesterly. It's not too bad. I did just... How could I miss departure? Just Air New Zealand ATR 72. Sorry. Too busy focused on the chat there. So I will see many more of those today as we go through till about 5 PM. So yeah, it's a little bit chilly with that wind. Just on the right hand side of screen you see, I think this must be New Zealand 946. Going to be making its way down to runway 23 left for its departure today, off to Rarotonga. Zulu Kilo November Zulu Charlie is operating today's flight. That wind's just blowing everything over at the moment. New Zealand helis and planes on the 11 AM to Sydney on the 9th of Jan. You have to remind me a bit closer to the time, because I'm not too sure what I'm doing in a month's time or so. Next arrival will be Barrier Air Flight 748, coming in from Great Barrier Island. It's a Cessna 208 Grand Caravan registered Zulu Kilo Sierra Delta Delta. Oh, another Barrier Air just photobombing there. That was Sierra Delta Bravo, I think that was. It might be able to get out before the company 208 gets in. No, I think it's going to hold short. Alright. Neil as well, good morning from Melbourne. Great to have you here. Sounds like it's a pretty good day over there. And I did forget actually last week to dedicate an aircraft to you as well, celebrating. I'll be back. Always good to have people come and say hi and ask about what you're doing. It's pretty cool. Here's our 208 coming in, first arrival of the day. So as I was saying before, actually, Neil, I forgot to dedicate an aircraft to you last week, celebrating a milestone up in the Auckland penthouse. So I think New Zealand 946 will be dedicated to you, and American, I think it's 35, will be dedicated to Flights Aviation. 208 managed to get down there. And looks like New Zealand 946 will be heading out. Alright, not going to wait for barrier air. A very nice looking Boeing 787-9, that one. I think we should soak this one in. Battling those crosswinds there. New Zealand 946, alright. No worries, Neil. No Tauranga streams coming up, unfortunately. And Nicholas, rush hour is usually about now until 10 o'clock. We'll start to get a ton of heavies departing off to Australia, and then they start to come in again about 4:30 or so. So we're just going to spin around now. We've got American 35 dedicated to Flights Aviation, celebrating 6 months in the Auckland penthouse. Boeing 787-9, registered November 822 Alpha November. Here it is. we go. American 35 from Dallas. That's why I love this spot. It's such a good view. Alright. CV as well. Cheers from West Virginia. Thoughts go out to those in California. Sorry, just had a big earthquake. Did they? I didn't hear about that one. I haven't been I didn't watch the news last night. Wow, okay, yeah. Sending thoughts to those in California. And Andrew as well, good morning from a wet and windy evening in the UK. Thankfully it's not wet here, but it's certainly very windy. Camille as well, hello from the guy in the truck. G'day. You're most welcome to come say hello if you want to. And Siki as well. Awesome to have you back in the chat. Great supporter of the show. So the American 35 is just going to hang a right down here, taxi into the international terminal. And we've got an Air New Zealand A320 there. Not long pushback from the domestic terminal, taxiing down to 23 left shortly for a departure. Next arrival is just on a final approach. Looks to be a jet. It is the all black livery Boeing 777-300ER. Alright, now we're talking. Coming in from Tokyo is New Zealand Flight 90, Zulu Kilo, Oscar Kilo, Quebec. Coming through 1,800 feet on its arrival here into Auckland. We'll see it depart later on. They are back from Narita. 777. We saw it last week on the stream depart. I think it was to Narita as well. So cool to see it again this week, and we'll see it depart later on to Singapore, I believe it is. Alright, so that A320 is taxiing down now too. Neil went plane spotting at 11:30 PM last week. It was different but nice. Yeah, it sure would be a little bit different seeing it all at night. I mean, my camera's not too good at night, so unfortunately I won't be planning too many night streams coming up. But we'll spin around now and have a look at New Zealand Flight 90. something. So my microphone tripod just fell over, and it took everything with it, laptop and everything, just completely onto the ground. But we should be back. We've just got an Air New Zealand ATR 72 about to come in. I'll tell you what, there's a little bit of sun out at the moment. It's actually really nice. It's supposed to get progressively sunnier today, so I look forward to a little bit of warmth for a change. Alright, Air New Zealand ATR 72. Ooh, hopping it down onto 2-3 left there. That aircraft, New Zealand 5004 from Napier, Zulu Kilo Mike Zulu Bravo. Got some nice tails here in Auckland. We've got the Toll 73s there that have been retired, but then in the background we've got Texel Air 737-800 freighter. That one looks like it's not going anywhere today, that's for sure. This wind is not going to be good. It is not going good. Going to end up breaking something. Okay, right. Neil, going to be raining later in Melbourne. Oh, okay. So yeah, the opposite of here. It's meant to get better. And Neil, heading off. Have to go to work. Thanks for the live stream. No worries. I'm sure we'll catch you a bit later on. Andrew Foster saying, flew into Auckland on my way back in November 1997 on an Air New Zealand 747-400 for a month-long tour of New Zealand. Great memories. Those 747s weren't around for very long, so that's awesome. You got to fly on one, and I don't doubt that you had a good time here in New Zealand too. They love it in Tokyo. The All Black 777 or any of the All Black liveries, they really suit the Tokyo vibe, I think. All Black aircraft. There we go. Siki's saying the sound and image is back. It's good. Awesome. I do hope that this new windshield on my microphone helps improve the audio quality. Oh yes, yeah, no, that was really fun. Totally recommend joining the Aero Club if that's a path that you want to follow. They'll certainly help you get it done for you. Airdog, g'day, how's it going? Welcome to the show. Off to Perth. Andrew's off to Perth next month for his 50th birthday. Oh, cool. So where are you based? Be interesting to know. Was over in Perth in July for the Australasia Winter Live Tour. That was pretty cool. It was it was weird because I could see my breath, but it also wasn't cold. Like in New Zealand, if you could see your breath, it's cold. But for some reason in Perth, I could see my breath, but it wasn't cold at all. It was really strange. Next arrival, just on a short final, is New Zealand 534. It's an A320-200 coming in from Christchurch. It's registered Zulu Kilo Oscar X-ray Mike. Looking forward to a good arrival. Alright, time for some more heavy departures. We've got a Boeing 777 just coming out of International Terminal. So that's our 320 from Christchurch. And here's our Boeing 777, be heading off to Australia. Let me get some details on this one. So it's a Boeing 777-300ER off to Sydney as New Zealand 103. It's registered Zulu Kilo Oscar Kilo Papa. Coming all the way down to the end of runway 23 left for its departure. Whew. Bit cold now that sun's gone away. Okay, next in we've got another A320 followed by a couple of heavy arrivals. Next in is from Wellington, New Zealand 680. It's got the wingtip fences as opposed to the sharklets. No. Yes, wingtip fences as opposed to the sharklets. It's Oscar Juliet Sierra. this aircraft will want to get out of here, and it is going to. Alright, Oscar Kilo Papa off to Sydney, New Zealand 103. And we're just going to pan away because our next heavy arrival is just on a short final as well. It's an Airbus A330-200 of China Eastern. Slightly further across. There it is. Coming in from Hangzhou, China Eastern flight 877. And we've got an ATR going full length. Good sound from the A330-200. Pretty decent landing as well. Next up, the New Zealand ATR 72 off for departure. Random Aussie, g'day. Having a cup of tea this fine Friday. Hope you're doing well. Great to have you on the show. Andrew from Leeds, UK. Oh, awesome. Are you on the on that non-stop to Perth? I think it's QF9, QF10. Or are you going via somewhere like Singapore or Dubai? This aircraft's got to get out of the way because not far behind it's Korean Air 411 787-9. Only a minute out. And behind Korean Air is New Zealand 283 from Singapore. And that's another 787 coming out for a departure. Alright, spin around, catch Korean 411 from Seoul. Right. Definitely starting to get busy here in Auckland. Jetstar A320, another Air New Zealand ATR. Not far behind, we have the Air New Zealand 78, another A320, and of course that New Zealand 283 coming in. Be after this Jetstar departure. That wind's picked up, it's gotten a bit colder. Oh, awesome. Absolutely, I will be. Yam Dreaming 787. I've been hoping for a special one, and we're going to get that today. I will be here until about 5 PM, so we'll be able to see it arrive and then depart. Freedom Warrior, hello. Tuning in from Vegas. Great to have you in the chat. We're just going to watch this Jetstar Airbus A320-200 depart off of 23 left here in Sydney. Sydney. Here in Auckland. Okay, next in is our flight from Singapore, New Zealand 283. It's a 777-300ER registered Zulu Kilo, Oscar Kilo Sierra, completing the 9.5-hour flight. Spin around and have a look. This wind, man. Whew. Okay. The next heavy to come out to play is a bit of a special one. It's Zulu Kilo, Oscar Kilo uniform. It's the leased Boeing 777-300ER from Cathay Pacific, painted in the all-white livery. I saw it arrive on my drive here today, just coming up the highway. Could see it coming in from Houston, and now we're going to watch it depart, I think, off to Melbourne. It is New Zealand 121. But now we're going to spin around because we've got a Dash 8. Get those Q300 emojis in the chat. It's Dashy time. Starting to get a bit of a queue for takeoff. Got 4 aircraft there, and I think another Dash 8 making its way out as well. Okay, so next up will be an ATR departure, and then we'll get New Zealand flight. Where's that 787 going to? 145 off to Brisbane. Okay, the aircraft on the runway is New Zealand 65 Mike off to Nelson. Zulu Kilo, Mike Victor Delta is that ATR. And 145 just lining up now too. So that aircraft, a 787-9, registered Zulu Kilo, November Zulu Juliet, off to Brisbane. Hopefully we'll get some good sound here. Here we go, very long departure that one. We've just got a Barrier Air Caravan coming in. Sorry. So the aircraft SDC coming in from Barrier Island. A320 just lining up there. It's off to Queenstown as New Zealand Flight 635, Oscar X-Ray Golf operating this service, A320-200. Sorry for the delay in getting to the chat messages. I'm just working on a fix for this wind, so that hopefully my laptop doesn't get blown to the ground again in amongst all of this rush hour traffic. Alright, Melbourne flight here, Zulu Kilo Oscar Kilo uniform flying New Zealand 121. See, I'm telling you guys, that is windy. Crazy angles on the departures and on the arrivals as well. Certainly angled into wind, you can tell. Quite a lot of crosswind. Next in is a Jetstar A320, just on a short final here, coming in from Christchurch. Hairy landing there. Just about slammed that left landing gear down. Another Dash 8 there waiting to take off. Alright, we'll get into the chat again now. Yang Sam, good morning from Auckland, dropping in a $3.49 super chat. Oh, it's gone again. There it is. Dropping in a $3.49 super chat. Good morning from Auckland. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. Keeping warm. It's not too warm out in this wind. Or at least hopefully it's a little less windy where you are. Thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate that. Absolute legend there. Alright. See, I think that description is also very good at Melbourne, because of course Melbourne is known for having a ton of light poles in the way. And that is only to be said in a David Attenborough voice, and I'm not going to attempt it. That's why I didn't read it out, but it's there on screen, so you can attempt it at home. That Dash 8's just gone back in. Maybe it'll have another attempt at taking off, I'm not sure. But here we have a Saab 340 of Air Chatham's just coming in. In from Whakatane as Air Chatham's flight 823 Zulu Kilo Charlie India Yankee. Manages to get it down. Still yet to have our first go around. Come on, there must be a go around today sometime. See, I think that Dash 8 was just on the runway at the wrong time, so to avoid a go around, ATC got it to get off the runway. For that landing, it'll go back and have another attempt. Scotty Frog and Socks in the chat. New Zealand has the best pies, we sure do, absolutely. Andrew flying to Perth, Qatar Airways via Doha, awesome, enjoy that. I'm sure it'll be a good trip. First time for Freedom Warrior 14. I'm sure we'll have plenty more of your company in the future streams as well. So to those watching who haven't already, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's free to do so, really helps me out a lot. Supports the video to new audiences. Rigoberto as well, hello. Good friend of the channel, thank you for tuning in. Awesome as always to have your company. Next arrival, we'll pan around to about 30 seconds. It's an ATR 72 coming in from Palmerston North. Zulu Kilo Mike Victor Mike. Chris Frank as well, good morning. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you as well, hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the show. And Sabira, excuse me if I didn't get that right, feel free to correct me. Good evening from London in the UK. Plenty of UK viewers tuned in. Always great to see. Thank you for watching. Hope you're enjoying the views from here in Auckland Airport. As Mike Victor Mike there arrives in from Palmerston North, an hour and 3 minutes it's been in the air for. Now that was a pretty smooth landing, I think. Very well done considering those ATRs don't handle the wind quite as well as some other turboprops. Okay, good stuff. Next out, just pushing back from the international terminal, is New Zealand 952 787-9 service to Fiji. So we'll catch that one soon enough, and then we'll be due for our departure to Tokyo and our departure to Hong Kong shortly. That Fiji service is usually a bit earlier in the day, I think. Could be half an hour or so delayed. Alright, another dash 8 there off 23 left, another one getting ready to go. Alongside the ATR, but I think they're going to hold short for a Barrier Air Cessna 208. So to those of you who have just tuned in, we've got a bit of a marathon here for you today, from 8:45 AM all the way until about 5 PM, 5:30, capturing all of the good action here in Auckland. Bird Feeder TV, hello, welcome. Tuning in from the UK. I think I can take a pretty well-educated guess there. Welcome to the show. Alright, just got an ATR departure here on screen. Off home to Tauranga. 40-minute flight is New Zealand 5131 Zulu Kilo Mike Victor Oscar, the registration. Lined up there too is a Dash 8 departure. It's not going to tell me where it's going to, but it's New Zealand 991 Lima Zulu Kilo November Foxtrot Alpha is the registration. Here it goes. Doesn't take long to get into the air when you've got 20 knots of well, it's probably more crosswind than headwind, to be honest. But there's quite a bit of wind helping it get into the air. Nicholas, Unfortunately, it's bedtime for you. Development with the videos from plane spotting in New Zealand has potential now, and it's a subscriber. Awesome, thank you so much for tuning in today. I look forward to seeing you in the chat in future streams. Thank you for tuning in. And Ace, also joining you from the UK near Manchester, getting into a New Zealand frame of mind. Also ahead of the second cricket test starting in Wellington shortly. Yeah, that's 10 o'clock, isn't it? 10 or 11. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't look too good in our second innings, that's for sure. And your guys, England's first innings, fielding was a little bit poorer than it has been in the. And it's interesting to see that neither of the teams have made any changes. I mean, I don't see why England would make any changes if New Zealand's not going to make any changes. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on. Welcome to the show. Alright, so our next movements. We've got taxiing out a Boeing 787-9 bound for Fiji, New Zealand 952. We've got an A320 on final approach coming through 1,000 feet from Wellington, New Zealand 412. Beyond that, we've got our A380 arrival 54 minutes out, and just behind that our Singapore Airlines 747 freighter 58 minutes out. So we'll get two 4-engined heavies within 5 minutes of each other. Certainly be a treat, that one. Also not too far away. Well, I say not too far away, I'm going to be here all day, so in the grand scheme of things, it's not too far away. We've got Air Canada Flight 39. Air Canada only just restarted their summer services into New Zealand, so that one's an hour and a half out in the mint toothpaste livery. And not too far behind that, we've got the 777 from Taipei, and might be able to get an eye on, if it clears out by then, might be able to get a quick look at the Fiji Max 8 to Wellington. So there's, I think it was New Zealand 448 I said. .412, sorry. Arriving from Wellington, Zulu Kilo, Oscar Juliet Romeo. And our flight to Fiji's just come around the corner, so I'll be able to get a look at that one. Wind's just absolutely hammering everything, really. It's not just the camera. I've put my big batteries on top of my laptop to stop it from, hopefully stop it from falling off the table. So we'll see how that goes. So they're just on screen, New Zealand 952, off to somewhere a little bit warmer. Oh, absolutely rocketing around the corner. What is that? That is a private jet coming in. Zulu Kilo X-Ray Golf Oscar in from Ardmore, flying like a fighter jet. coming in for a final here, 2-3 left. Ardmore is the other, or one of the other airports here in Auckland. There are 4 minutes after it took off from Ardmore. It's there landing into Auckland International. So I think Auckland has 4 airports, which is quite crazy to think about. You've got the main one, where we are today, Auckland International. You've got Ardmore, which is more of a general aviation airport to the south of Auckland. You've got North Shore Aerodrome, which is a general aviation airport on the North Shore to the north of Auckland. And then you've got Whenuapai, which is the RNZAF base. Ardmore handles a couple of private jets, and also has quite a lot of warbirds, which it is most known for, I think. So here we are lining up New Zealand flight 952, Zulu Kilo November Zulu Mike, off to Fiji, rolling takeoff. Here we go. X-Ray Golf Oscar Just taxiing down to what's that place called? It's the FBO, and it's not the Swissport FBO. It is ZK-OKU, I think. I think ZK-OKU operates that other FBO. Okay, we've got an ATR 72 just making its way out for a departure. It should be able to line up. No, it's not. Waiting for a Dash 8 arrival. Currently on a final from Taupo. So we're due for our Black Beauty 787-9 ZK-NZE off to Hong Kong. It was actually off to Hong Kong last Monday when we were last streaming here as well. And our All Black 777 departures delayed until 11. Was scheduled to take off 2 minutes ago, now delayed until 11, back to Tokyo. And here's our Dash 8. Just managing to get it down. Oh, I just realised that if that Tokyo flight was on time, we would have had the same situation as we had last Monday's stream, the double All Black departures. NZE to Hong Kong, OKQ to Narita. Rob in the chat with those Q300 emojis. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. One of our awesome members and moderators there. Also from Auckland. Super windy today. I'm not exactly enjoying the wind. Not enjoying it, but I'm here, so I may as well stream. And you know, internet's good. I'm pretty happy when I'm at the airport. Oh. It was about 35 km/h winds before. I think it is going to very slowly die down throughout the day. I think it's going to be 28 km/h by the time I wrap things up. And the sun is also meant to start coming out sometime soon, which will be good because I did not bring a jumper today and it is quite cold in the wind. Very silly of me. I mean, I did look, because I went to the terminal first before I came out to the lookout, and I did look for a jumper in there, and I did find one, but it was $150, and so I thought, well, I'd rather be cold than spend $150 on a jumper when I don't need another jumper. So, staying cold today. that A320 pushing back the other way? Yeah, it is. I know the wind certainly hasn't changed. It's not going to be changing to runway 5. So it'll probably do a U-ey and come back down to runway 23 left. So that A320 is off to Christchurch as New Zealand 531. And coming in from Christchurch on a final approach at the moment, about a minute out, is New Zealand 548 Zulu Kilo Oscar X-Ray Lima, the A320. Spin around in a couple of seconds and we'll check it out. Hard on that nose wheel on that landing. The mains came down, he instantly brought that nose down. Probably helps in the wind. Alright, so that's New Zealand 548 from Christchurch. Next arrival will be... oh, it's that Dash 8 that just took off. That's interesting. It took off, has flown in a bit of a circle and is coming back into land. Looks like it's a maintenance flight. So yeah, this is our maintenance aircraft. ZK-NNA is the registration. We just saw it take off about 20 minutes ago. So those two A320s on screen, one in from Christchurch, one out to Christchurch. And I wonder if we're going to get another private jet arrival from Ardmore, because Zulu Kilo, Zulu Echo Kilo, a citation Sovereign, just started pinging from Ardmore. And that other A320 pulling out of the domestic terminal also... oh no, sorry. That one pulling out is to Christchurch. That one that pulled out before, it's in the front of the queues off to Invercargill. New Zealand's longest domestic flight, serviced once daily. I like that, Rob. The A320 assembly line. Those three that were just on the high-speed taxiway. So this is our departure to Invercargill on screen now. Flying New Zealand at 699 is Oscar X-Ray Mike, and there, lined up ready to go off to Christchurch, is Oscar X-Ray India flying New Zealand 531. Still no sign of our All Black not A320, 787 that's heading off to Hong Kong. Rob as well saying, welcome to our viewers, please say hi to me in the chat. Currently out in the wind, in the cold, without a jersey. I know, silly, I don't know why I forgot to bring one, but I did. And it does look like we might get a private jet departure. Heavy private jet is what I would call it. A big one. So yes, I love hearing where our viewers are tuning in from. Feel free to say hi in the chat. So I've got an A320 there as well, just pushed back, ready to go. But for now, we'll just have a quick break, and we'll be back at 10:30. Quick break. Help me get through the day all the way through till about 5:30 PM. So plenty more action coming up. ATR 72-500 here from Air Chatham's. Wow, okay, hairy landing there. Another A320 here just about to line up. So that ATR that just landed is Zulu Kilo Mike Charlie uniform in from the Chatham Islands as Air Chatham's flight 590. And this aircraft lining up now. New Zealand 417 off to Wellington, Zulu Kilo Oscar Juliet Sierra. Here it goes, flight to Wellington. Another ATR 72 arrival. Auckland certainly is the ATR capital of New Zealand. Bit of a special visitor there. Royal Australian Air Force 737 MAX BBJ just parked over at the Swissport FBO. Yeah, streaming from the east end of Auckland Airport down before the threshold of 2-3 left today. Get us a different view as opposed to last time. I think next time it'll probably be back in the car park. I'm not sure. It just costs $64 to park in the car park, which is absolute madness. Daylight robbery there from Auckland Airport. PJ Mosley. Man walks into the bar, gets knocked out. It was an iron bar. Oh dear. The dad jokes. Coming in hot. Yeah, Rob also saying Auckland is the largest airport situated in the northern part of the North Island. Largest airport in New Zealand. Currently summertime at the moment, doesn't feel like it. Certainly does not feel like it with this wind. It's a bit cold. And Lowlander as well, tuning in from Castle Douglas in Scotland. Good to have you back. Barrier Air Caravan. Could just about hover in this wind. So putting plenty of throttle in there to get to the runway. Coming in from Great Barrier Island, Zulu Kilo Sierra Delta Bravo. And there is still no sign of our All Black 787 departure, meant to leave at 10 past 10. Might also be delayed along with our All Black 777, which is meant to leave at 5 past 10 and currently scheduled at 11. So yeah, flight radar saying it was delayed until 10:30. Which it's now after, so hopefully we'll be able to see it very shortly. It's certainly not cheap at Auckland Airport. $64 for a day. While I'm out here trying to do my streaming, $64. And Doug in the chat asking what's the wind currently. I'll be able to get that for you in a second. Currently 36 kilometers an hour or 10 meters per second. So that's actually up from what it was before. It's meant to slowly go down throughout the day, although it will never get quite to how it was on last Monday. Beautiful day it was. Jetstar A320 there, taxiing down to 23 left for a departure, heading off to Queenstown, flight 297. There we are, Lowlander saying 24 miles per hour for those freedom people. Although they do use miles over in England, don't they? I think they might do. All of a sudden the sun comes out over the airport, not over where I am at the moment. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, feel the warmth. That's nice. So here's our Jetstar flight to Queenstown. Lowlander. Yes, the last time I was streaming here, the two All Blacks went out together. That was pretty rare, but they're meant to do it again today. Yesterday when I checked, the All Blacks 787 wasn't the aircraft that was going to Hong Kong, but today it says it is. So there you go. A little bit of a treat, perhaps, if they go out at the same time again. So one Jetstar out, another one coming in. Next one in from Christchurch as Jetstar flight 232, Victor Hotel, Victor Foxtrot Kilo, currently on a short final. It's really strange. That is, it's not the internet doing that, that is my laptop. Now that is insane. Lowlander saying winds here tomorrow could be 60 to 80 miles per hour. Now I'm lucky I'm not trying to plane spot on that, because I'd probably just give up. Everything's trying to blow over here at the moment, let alone 60 to 80 miles an hour. Sure, you'd get some good go-arounds though. Be good for just filming, but probably not when you've got a lot of gear out trying to stream. So those who aren't necessarily locals might be a bit interested in this actually. if I pan over here, this is Air New Zealand's new hangar facility that's going up. I think it's mainly wood, so it's quite interesting to see this. I haven't actually had a good look at it myself, so this will be probably the closest I've gotten to it. So it's been quite interesting to see this slowly go up. Next arrival, Air New Zealand A320 coming in from Wellington, New Zealand 416, Zulu Kilo, Oscar X-ray Echo. Followed by another A320 from Queenstown, a Q300 from Kerikeri, and then our Emirates Airbus A380 arrival from Dubai. Been in the air for 15 hours. It's actually, that's quite a quick flight, I think. 15 hours, it's usually a bit longer than that. Here's our A320 arrival. Black AirNZ, morning all, good morning, welcome to the show, great to have your company from here in Auckland. Hello. So that A320 will taxi in to the domestic terminal. Another 2 minutes or so, we'll be able to see our Queenstown arrival. And just to the north of us, pretty much exactly north now, 5 minutes out, our Emirates A380 arrival from Dubai. Alpha 6 Echo Victor Lima is flying today's service. Then another 5 minutes behind that will be our Singapore Airlines cargo Boeing 747-400 freighter arrival, coming in from Sydney. Our next arrival's just coming into view at the moment. It's an Airbus A320 from Queenstown flying New Zealand 614 is Zulu Kilo Oscar X-ray Kilo. I think we'll spin around and follow this one the whole way in. There we have New Zealand 614. Rob giving us a little update. Emirates A380 just flew over my house in a green lane. Should be landing in about 5 minutes. Looking forward to this arrival. It's a really cool view from here. It's almost like it's right on top of you. Huge wingspan. Next in, New Zealand 5267 from Kerry Q300, Zulu Kilo November Echo Alpha, the oldest Q300 in the fleet. And just on screen now is New Zealand 165 Lima, New Zealand 5165 off to Gisborne. It's an hour and a little bit, might be an hour 5. Hour 10 flight over to Gisborne on the east coast of the North Island. Steve, A380 about to land. Why does flight radar say SQ, the 747 freighter, diverting to Melbourne? Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. That's just a flight radar bug, I think. Its next flight's off to Singapore. Oh, hang on, we weren't actually meant to see this aircraft arrive. It was meant to arrive... Yeah, meant to arrive at 3:30 in the morning. And leave a little bit later on at about 3:30 PM today. So... that's a bit of an interesting one. It's been delayed, 3:30 to 11 now, so quite a big delay there. Here's our Kerry-8. And good news, we've got another heavy departure coming out to play. It's the All Black 787-9 off to Hong Kong. New Zealand flight 81, I think it is. So yeah, that one just a flight radar bug. Oh, Lowlander saying flight radar showing it took off from Melbourne. Yeah, that's right. It is actually meant to come from Melbourne and then head back to Singapore. Yeah. So pan around a little bit more, we'll be able to see our Black Beauty ZK-NZE, the first Boeing 787-9 to be delivered. And it was delivered to Air New Zealand a bit over 10 years ago. The Emirates A380 coming on final now. Not quite able to see it at the moment through 1300 feet, so I'll spin around and be able to see that shortly. We'll follow it the whole way in. Alright, there it is. Spin around. See this arrival. It's Alright, so this aircraft on screen, the Emirates A380 arrival today, flying EK448. A380 registered Alpha 6, Echo Victor Lima. $15 and 7 minutes after it took off in Dubai, landing here in Auckland, the Emirates A380. Yeah, I suppose it could be a bug. Not too sure if they're always delayed. Hopefully it won't be too delayed leaving, because we're meant to be able to see it. See how it goes. Nathan, hello, welcome to the show. Great to have your company. Lonelander, just wondering if Air New Zealand are coming to Gatwick next year. So many conflicting stories. I don't see why they wouldn't try and resume Heathrow services. I think they were pretty silly to sell their Heathrow slot, to be honest. I imagine they will be coming to Gatwick like they used to back in the day before going to Heathrow, saying also on that Emirates 448 back in Feb. Black Beauty just on screen. Oh yeah, loving that Emirates A380. EDC detecting and planes. Hey mate, watching from Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia. Awesome, thank you so much for tuning in. Great to have viewers tuning in from up there in Queensland. Welcome to the show here in New Zealand as we prepare to farewell our Air New Zealand 787 off to Hong Kong. Flight 81, this aircraft, 787-9, registered Zulu Kilo, November Zulu Echo, in our favourite all black colour scheme. Still very windy here, no doubt about it. Doug saying, I wish Air New Zealand started flying to South Africa. I feel like they'd make some money seeing how many South Africans move here. Yeah, there are quite a few, so not sure. They probably all go via the Middle East or via Sydney. I suppose Air New Zealand just do not have the aircraft at the moment to be able to look at that. New Zealand ATR coming in from Napier, New Zealand 5010, Zulu Kilo Mike Victor Echo, coming back. We saw it leave. Oh wow, 39 degrees over there in Queensland. get ready now because it's time for our Boeing 747 freighter arrival. Coming in from Melbourne. We decided it was coming from. Flight radar said it was Sydney, but it's not. Coming in from Melbourne. Coming into view now. 9 Victor Sierra Foxtrot Mike is the registration, flying a SQ 7290. You can see the smoke coming off of those engines, coming out of the engines rather, arriving 8 hours late from Melbourne. Hopefully we'll still be on schedule for an on-time departure at about 3 something. Meant to arrive at 3:30 this morning, but that is good news for us. Oh, interesting. I suppose it depends where you look. They're not super common. But they're definitely around. EDC detecting and plane saying Captain for Qantas on the A330s. That's pretty awesome. Very, very cool. Currently flying in the air conditioning, playing Microsoft Flight Sim. Is that the new 2024 version, or is that 2020? Our 747 freighter going to be taxiing into the international freight. Freight remote stands, I suppose they are. Beautiful slinger, the Singapore slinger. They're going to make a left there. Playing the 2020 version, there you go. Seki's description certainly correct. Swear I heard David's voice when you read the comment. Yeah, I wasn't gonna put a David Attenborough voice on for you guys when I read it. but I'm sure everyone reading that comment put on the voice. Alright, so next movements will be got an A321neo departure. New Zealand 187 heading off to the Gold Coast. Just over here. Scheduled to depart at 9. Yeah, I thought this was a bit late. Scheduled to depart 2 hours ago, so it's quite a delay for this aircraft. Here we go, off to the Gold Coast. Still yet to see our Narita flight, scheduled to leave at 10:05, was delayed until 11, still haven't seen it just yet. So that aircraft, that's all lined up, ready to go, off to Palmerston North as New Zealand 115 Mike, Zulu Kilo Mike Victor Hotel is the registration. So there we go, ATR to Palmerston North. And this is something that you only really see at Auckland, and Air Chatham's is the airline that does this, towing their ATR back to the Air Chatham's hangar using their, I'm not too sure what it is, but it's like a Jeep, as you can see on screen there. Okay, saying, is the domestic valet parking space? Can general public access it for free? So the domestic car park that I use, Auckland Airport call it car park R, is the plane spotting one. You've got valet parking and premium parking. So valet parking is on floor 1, not the ground floor, but floor 1. Oh, it could be on the ground floor too. I'm not actually sure it's on the ground floor. But premium parking, not valet parking, is on floors 2 and 3. So that's where I will park if I'm doing streams from up in the car park there. And if you don't need to park there, then you can go and plane spot from there. However, I always will recommend advising Auckland Airport that you are going to be plane spotting there, so you don't get moved on by security. So just on screen, New Zealand 535 heading to Christchurch, A320-232 registered Zulu Kilo Oscar X-Ray Lima. Seki's got it. Yeah, it's a Range Rover towing their ATR to the Air Chatham's hangar. So New Zealand 535 going to be waiting for our next arrival is New Zealand 676. It's our all black livery Airbus A320-200 in from Dunedin. Zulu Kilo Oscar Alpha Bravo is the registration of the aircraft. Spin around and have a look. Pretty solid landing there from New Zealand 676, Oscar Alpha Bravo. And so this is our New Zealand 535. Oscar X-Ray Lima. Just waiting for Oscar Alpha Bravo to vacate. Tis sort of sorry, I missed that one. I was busy talking to people. Looks like our New Zealand 99 off to Tokyo has pushed back. About time. So we look forward to seeing some all black livery 777 magic. Saw it arrive earlier from Tokyo, now it's turned around, heading back. ATR 72 here. Oh, look at that crosswind. I'm not exaggerating the wind today. Pretty strong southwesterly. That aircraft, Mike Zulu Charlie, could be off on a maintenance flight. We just saw November Foxtrot Alpha get back from a maintenance flight not too long ago. So that's the Dunedin plane pulling in to the gates next to the Royal Australian Air Force 737 BBJ 737 MAX. Yeah, I imagine that ATR is off on a training flight. They don't take the ATRs up north too often. It's just made a right hand bank heading north. Yeah, it's not too good. The first time was actually the microphone falling over, which made it dragged the laptop with it. And then the second time it was just the laptop went. I think because the screen acts as almost a catch for the wind, because it's facing pretty much, yeah, right on, the wind's hitting the back of the screen, and so that just pushed it off, and all the cables came out, and that was a bit of a mess. Oh good, I've been waiting for this one. Air Canada coming in from Vancouver, 13 minutes out, 787-9. Air Canada recently restarted services for the summer, only this week I think, so first time seeing them here in a long time. So next arrival is from Whangarei, Q300 ZK-NNA. Spin around and get that one shortly. That's what I've been waiting a little while to see. An hour and a half delayed is our flight to Tokyo. All black livery 777-300ER. EDC detecting planes on the MSFS 2020 Auckland to Dunedin. Awesome stuff. ZK saying Sean in Christchurch from NZCH Sky Squad had the same issue. Lucky you and Mike are there to catch it. Yeah, just need to get you up here. You can catch mine. Except everything goes at the same time. putting the left gear down from that dash 8 from up north. Zulu Kilo November November Echo Echo, flying New Zealand 5221. Ian, gusty as hell today. Had to collect the bucket from under the hedges earlier, and it's eyeing up heading off again. It's a bit like my camera equipment, I think. So you can hear those G90s now. Really looking forward to this departure. Should be good. I'm going to be quiet now and we'll just watch the whole thing, I think. And Neil's back in time on a short break. Perfect timing. I thought I could hear something that didn't sound like a G90. X-Ray Golf Oscar, the Citation 2 came from Ardmore, a 4-minute flight. Picked up some passengers, now going to be heading elsewhere. And Oscar X-Ray Kilo, going to be waiting for another Dash 8 coming in from Gisborne. Spin around and get it. Alright, time for our G90 engine spool. Let's enjoy this as New Zealand Flight 99 back off to Tokyo departs. beautiful sights and sounds of the all black Boeing 777 back off to Japan. Another Saab 340 coming in, it looks like. Air Chatham's in from Whanganui, flight 707, operated by the newer Saab 340A from Rex, Zulu Kilo Charlie India Tango. Spin around and have a look at it. Must be due for our Air Canada shortly. Yes, we've got an ATR coming back in from Tauranga. Saw it leave a bit earlier, and then we've got our Air Canada flight 39 2 minutes out. So we'll get that ATR arrival. I think X-Ray Golf Oscar will be leaving, that private jet that's on screen, and then we'll have our Air Canada arrival. Rob coming in saying, windiest place I've been to is Minneapolis St. Paul Airport. Standing with a tripod on a picnic table, definitely a hazard. Siki also saying we've had the resumptions of United flights to Christchurch today, direct to San Francisco. Oh, awesome, that was today. Cool, very good stuff. Hopefully somebody managed to get that. And Rick saying thanks Harry, battling the wind while we sit back and enjoy a stream. Kevin has great faith in duct tape to hold his streams together. I was just thinking about that as my laptop was being blown over. I was like, damn, could use with some duct tape. So I might have to keep that in mind. So there's Mike Victor Oscar arriving back from Tauranga. Yeah, always good to learn from the masters at the master at handling wind. So yeah, I was right. We're going to see our Citation 2 departure before Air Canada Flight 39. Just lining up now at runway 23 left. Love Flight Jack's channel in about 10 hours, streaming from Narita. There you go. You can certainly hear this aircraft when it comes to Tauranga. Can certainly hear this aircraft when it goes anywhere. The Citation 2 is so loud. Can still hear it. Louder than a G90, I reckon. Alright, it's toothpaste time. We've got Air Canada 787-9 in from Vancouver in their old toothpaste livery. There it is on your screens. It's Air Canada 39. The 787 flying this service is registered Charlie, Foxtrot Golf, Delta Tango. Let's enjoy this one. Cool stuff from Air Canada. I think that 787 had a white nose cone. Flavia, good morning to you. Welcome to the show. Great to have your company. And Lowlander saying, love the wing flex on takeoff of the 777. Don't we all? Top prize, probably got to go to the 787, but you know, 777's still good. So our Air Canada toothpaste livery there, making its way into the international terminal. Next arrival is at Q300 from Blenheim, Zulu Kilo November Echo Tango, flying New Zealand 5204, closely followed by a Jetstar A320 from Christchurch. And behind that an ATR from Palmerston North. So plenty of action on final approach. Can't be far away as well from our Taipei 777. Yeah, that's only 5 minutes out too. So we've got a 777-300 ER of Air New Zealand coming in from Taipei, and I think there was something else not far behind it. No, that's alright. Fiji always seems to be heading over Tauranga today on its way to Wellington, which is a shame because usually it comes over Auckland, but then the one time that I'm up in Auckland it decides to go over home. but that's okay. So that's probably about 10 minutes from heading over home. Okay, so after that Taipei 777, we've got QF 151 from Melbourne and 141 from Sydney. But for now, it's time for Jetstar 230 from Christchurch. Kiwi Fighter 9321, hello from sunny Northland. Welcome to the show. Hopefully that sun's bound our way. I think it is from the weather forecast, what I've seen. Fingers crossed, because it is a little bit chilly in the wind. Welcome to the show. Great to have your company. As we have a Jetstar A320 just leaving on 23 left at the moment, heading to Christchurch as flight 231. Alright, next in on finals is from Palmerston North, an ATR 72, Zulu Kilo Mike Victor Papa. And then, not too far, only about a minute or two behind it, is our Boeing 777-300ER from Taipei. So this A320's come out of nowhere and he's absolutely gassed it over to the runway. New Zealand 619 off to Queenstown. Get out before the 777. And away it goes. Not too sure if any of the England people are still viewing, but the cricket's looking pretty good for New Zealand. Touch wood. That there, New Zealand 78 from Taipei, 777 registered Zulu Kilo Oscar Kilo November. Lowlander saw an edge, Adams NAC livery DC3 in a transport museum in the South Island, but can't remember where. You've got, I think it's Omaka based in Blenheim, and then you've also got that the Wanaka one, Bring Our Birds Home Museum. Yeah, not too sure where, but I think the aircraft you're talking about is that one there. Currently parked up ZK-AWP, the registration. It does still fly, it's still airworthy. Jack, good morning from Sydney, Australia. Great to have your company. Untitled NZ as well. Tuning back in with the New Zealand emojis. Lowlander, good night. 11:45 over there. Thank you for tuning in once again. Look forward to seeing you next time. So we've got Korean Air 787-9 there just heading out. I was going to have a quick break, but I'm not too sure about that. Have something to eat. Might have to wait a little while longer. Just a reminder to those of you who haven't already, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel. Really helps me out. Free to do so. Supports the channel, promotes the video to new people as well on YouTube. The algorithm likes it. In from Christchurch, the Air New Zealand A320-200, Zulu Kilo Oscar X-Ray Juliet, NZ 536. Alright. I will have a break, but I will catch this Korean Air departure. I just won't do any commentary for it. It's off to Seoul, 787-9. So that one that just arrived was an X-Rex plane. Now flies free of Chatham's, coming in from the Chatham Islands. It's a freight Saab 340A. Used to fly for Rex as a passenger aircraft, now freighter. And our next departure is this A330-200 we saw arrive from Hangzhou, now heading off to Sydney as China Eastern Flight 712. It's an A330-200 registered Bravo 6546. And then just behind that we have New Zealand 284 off to Singapore. Next arrival is coming in from Melbourne. It's QF151, Boeing 737-800 of Qantas. And our first passenger arrival from Australia for the day. Because of course we had that 747 freighter arrive a little bit earlier. Something a little bit different for your screens. There's that freighter Saab. And next to depart is just behind that tail of the 777 to Singapore is a Dash 8 Q300 heading off to... no idea. Oh, that's the maintenance aircraft. They're doing a bit of maintenance on it at the moment. We saw it do a little bit of a loop before, and now it's back off on another adventure. EDC detecting in planes, just saying had a 767-300 heading to Port Moresby in New Guinea go over my house about 15 minutes ago. Awesome. I bet that sounded pretty good. So next up will be our 777. Zulu Kilo Oscar Kilo Sierra is flying 284 to Singapore. As the sun comes out in full blast. Looking forward to some great sounds from the GE90 engines. Using all of the runway, as you can see. not like the Australian 777s were doing. They were sort of cutting a bit of the runway to line up a bit quicker, but made sure to use all the runway here. So there we have New Zealand 284. Next movement is that ATR off to Tauranga. Mike Victor Echo is flying today. Saw it come in, I think it was from Palmerston North, now heading off to Tauranga. Tony, hello, welcome. Great to have you back in the streams. Hope you're doing well. I also hope you managed to see that 777 departure to Singapore. Go back and watch that again, that was good. One of our awesome members there. This ATR will just be waiting for some wake turbulence. Qatar's getting enthusiastic. It's already pinging from international. It's still another 2 hours 40 minutes until that leaves. Next arrival is New Zealand 612 from Queenstown, followed by QF 141 from Sydney. Next heavy arrival looks to be coming in from Seoul, Air New Zealand 787-9. I missed the ATR. The A320 coming in from Queenstown's just banking onto finals. See that one in a minute. Next, heavy departures. What have we got? 11:55 to Sydney has been delayed until 1:20. It's a Boeing 777-300ER. looks like we're going to start getting busy about 1:20 or so. We've got American Boeing 787-9 be heading back to Dallas. We've got Qantas 73 heading back to Sydney. 73 back to Melbourne as well. Another Air New Zealand delayed is the departure to Melbourne. Was scheduled to be 1:45, now going to be at 3:30 p.m. That aircraft that'll be heading off to Melbourne is currently on its way from Seoul, I was just talking about. So that'll be quite late. Then heading into 2 p.m, we've got Air Canada to Vancouver. We've got, well, we would have had Fiji to Fiji Airways, off to Fiji. 2:05 but delayed till 3:05. We'd also have Air New Zealand 777 to Perth. 2:05 delayed until 4 o'clock. So we'll see how that goes. So here's New Zealand 612 and Air New Zealand A320-200 and from Queenstown. Pretty good landing there. Zulu Kilo Oscar X-Ray Charlie is that aircraft there, and the next one to depart is Oscar X-Ray Kilo. We saw it coming from Queenstown, now heading off to Christchurch, and it'll get out before our Qantas 737 arrival from Sydney. Tony just saying outstanding Olympic scheme on the Delta A350 inaugural Brisbane flight a few hours ago. Oh, cool stuff. So that would be what the Brisbane Airport live stream was about. Pretty cool. Unfortunately, we didn't get a special livery from Delta today, just the usual A350 from them. And here's our departure to Christchurch, heading off. Navy Jack as well in the chat. G'day, hope you're doing well, thanks for tuning in. Alright, so next in is another Qantas 737 flying QF141 from Sydney. It's a Dash 800 registered Victor Hotel, Victor Yankee Zulu. There are Qantas from Sydney. Just a reminder to those of you who haven't already, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel. Really helps me out a lot, supports the channel, promotes the stream and the YouTube algorithm, so more people can enjoy this action here at Auckland Airport. Okay, so our Fiji Airways A330 I was just talking about being delayed leaving is actually also delayed coming in. Schedule 12:40, actual will be 1:44. Dash 8 leaving there is off to Blenheim, Zulu Kilo November Echo Echo. Another Dash 8 just on finals as well. And from Gisborne, November Alpha Delta. And another one just behind it too is the Q300 that we just saw depart on a maintenance mission, Zulu Kilo November Echo Alpha. So spin around and have a look at this Dash 8 coming in. Okay, just on a short final now, we've got the other Q300 coming in, and behind that Jetstar A320-200 arrival from Queenstown. Plenty of wind here today. Been battling it all morning. Still yet to have a go around though. Right, just down finals is our Jetstar arrival. Flight 292 in from Queenstown, Sydney 32200, registered Victor Hotel, Victor Foxtrot Victor. Tony just asking which are the newest to the New Zealand fleet. The ATRs are definitely newer. I think the newest Q300 is about 15, 16 years old. Whereas the newest ATR is less than a year old. Another one's due for delivery sometime soon as well. I saw a photo of it doing some test flights over in Toulouse. I think there's still another 2 or 3 more to arrive. So definitely the ATRs are the newer ones. Yet the Q300s just have to be, or they just are the better ones. Nav saying hello and kia ora. Hello, welcome to the show. Great to have your company. We've got an Air New Zealand A320 in next. coming in from Christchurch, and then another 15 minutes or so we'll see our 787 coming in from Seoul. Oh, beautiful landing there from the New Zealand A320 in from Christchurch. Very excited. I've just spotted that our Singapore Airlines Boeing 777 arrival, due in about half an hour, is in the Star Alliance livery. That's probably my favourite livery on the Boeing 777. It's got, yeah, one of, if not the favourite livery. Singapore Airlines Star Alliance. So looking forward to that. That'll be arriving about the same time as an Air New Zealand A320 Neo from Sydney. Scheduled to be about the same time as the Cathay from Hong Kong, A350-1000. But Singapore's running a bit early and Cathay's running a little bit late. So there's about 20 minutes in between. So that A320 was just departing off to Wellington as flight 425, Zulu Kilo Oscar Juliet Romeo. Neil, hello, welcome to the show. First time watcher from Sydney, tuning in from across the Tasman. Great to have your company here. And yeah, well, welcome to the channel. Nav as well. Haven't seen an Auckland live show before. They happen every now and then if you're lucky. I'm trying to get in a weekly Auckland show. I'm not from Auckland, so it's a bit more difficult for me to get out here. I don't think there are any live streamers based here in Auckland, so it's not a common thing like there would be in the likes of Sydney. Regional Sea construction expanding the airport. There's a little bit. Mainly all of this stuff over here is just works on the taxiways. Just upgrading and other miscellaneous works. And then over here you've got Air New Zealand's new hangar that's being built. It's actually made out of wood. And so that's actually pretty cool to look at. And then mainly all the other works that are expanding the airport are over the other side, and you can't really see them. It's kind of over there somewhere. Probably a bit further, more like there. So New Zealand ATR taking off in the background, departing off to Nelson, Mike Victor Papa, and the Air Chatham's Sub 340 off to Paraparaumu as flight 644. Zulu Kilo Charlie India Yankee. Next departure is just going to show up on screen very soon. There it is. It's a King Air. Operated by Air Gisborne. King Air C90B, registered Zulu Kilo Sierra Kilo Lima. Our 787 from Seoul, 10 minutes out now. Reginald, also first time watcher from Dallas, Texas. Thank you for tuning in. Great to have so many people new to the channel here. And Nav as well saying a great stream, no worries, thank you for tuning in, thanks for your support. Air Gisborne lining up. Roy, nice to see a show from NZ and planes we don't normally get to see. Good show, watching from Lubbock in Texas. I probably pronounced that wrong, I'm sorry about that. But thank you for tuning in. Pretty cool, there's not too many shows down here in New Zealand. So it's always great to see, and even less shows up here in Auckland, as nobody's actually based here, even though it's the busiest airport. So there we are, that's our little C90 air ambulance taking off. Just pushing back too, we've got the all black livery, 787, already had that leave. This is an Airbus A320-200. Zulu Kilo Oscar Alpha Bravo is the registration here. One of our lovely all black livery aircraft. Of course, we've already seen the all black 777 come and go, and then the all black 787 depart. Looking forward to seeing this one depart. And Tony just saying, heading home soon. Just finished late breakfast at a local cafe. Oh, lovely. Sounds pretty good. I'm thinking I might wrap the stream up a bit earlier today, just because it's so windy and I'm actually quite cold because I didn't bring a jumper. So I think fast movement of the stream will be the Singapore Airlines 777-300ER and the Star Alliance livery arriving from Singapore. That's due in half an hour. So I think we'll enjoy the action that the next half an hour has, and then I think we'll wrap it up quite a bit earlier than initially planned. I think I was going to keep going till about 5:30, but next time, hopefully next week, try and get these weekly Auckland streams in. Now I've got Air New Zealand grey livery in my model collection, the Boeing 737 and 747. That's pretty cool. 737-700. Is that a fictional one? It could be a 737-300. I think Air New Zealand definitely had the 747-400 though. Those were cool. ATR 72 coming here. You don't get many of these over in the US. Touching down 23 left. That aircraft is coming in from New Plymouth as New Zealand 5036 Zulu Kilo Mike Zulu Delta, so it's one of the newer ATRs, probably about 2 years old, 3 years old at max. Couple of arrivals just lining up. We've got an ATR coming in from Lenham. Following that is another ATR from Napier, and then another ATR from Nelson. However, to break that up, we've got our heavy 787-9 coming in from Seoul, and we have that A320 departure the all black livery A320. Get quite a few of those ATRs here in Auckland. It's I think the ATR capital of New Zealand. Gargun Deep, watching you from Toronto. Oh, awesome. Looks like you guys have nice weather. It's getting better. I think the weather is meant to improve over the day. It was a little drizzly this morning when I got here, and sun's peeking out from behind the clouds. Super windy though. It's been a bit of a challenge today. About 25 miles per hour southwesterly, and of course it's very open here, so you get absolutely hit with it. There's the first ATR coming in from Blenheim. So the props aren't really moving there. That's quite cool. You usually only see that on takeoff. And pulled back to idle. Ismail, hello from Brazil. Welcome to the show. Great to have your company as well. Get a few viewers tuning in from Brazil. That's pretty cool. Alright, so that Jetstar A320 also on a domestic hop. Just over the back towards your right hand side of screen. Off to Wellington as flight 261. Okay, our Seoul flight 787 is just coming through 5,000 feet on its way in. We'll see it in about 5 or so minutes. I think this one's going to have to hold short for our next arrival. And it is. So the next arrival is from Napier, New Zealand, flight 5012. ATR registered Zulu Kilo, Mike Zulu Bravo. Quite a cool view from the lookout. I really like it. Great for arrivals or 05 departures. Currently using 23. And the best part, it doesn't cost $64 for me to park here and stream. How good is that? So the all black A320 off to Queenstown is flight 637. Gonna get out before our next ATR arrival. So A320-200 registered Zulu Kilo Oscar Alpha Bravo. Heading off to the South Island there, that A320. Next arrival's just on a short final. We'll spin around for that momentarily. Bit of a bouncer there from that ATR 72. Next out's that Jetstar. Departing off to Wellington. Victor Hotel, Victor Golf Papa is the registration of that A320 on screen. Flying flight 261. Rolling departure from this A320, here we go. Alright, just on a short final now as our heavy arrival. It's a 787-9 coming in from Seoul Incheon Airport, Air New Zealand Flight 76. The 787-9 is registered Zulu Kilo November Zulu Foxtrot. As currently a little bit delayed, about half an hour delayed. Spin around and we'll catch this arrival. Should be a good one. Got another ATR coming in next, followed by Q300. And then we get into some international arrivals. We've got an Air New Zealand A320neo coming in from Sydney, followed by our Singapore Airlines Boeing 777-300ER in the Star Alliance livery, which I think will probably be the final movement of today's show. Okay, so on our short final, New Zealand 5088 coming in from Nelson, Zulu Kilo Mike Victor Delta is the registration after an hour 10-minute flight. Looks a bit like rain over there. Hopefully not, because that'd be a very rushed pack up. Alright, rain radar saying nothing, so it could just be misty. So that A320 gonna be waiting for the Q300 that's currently on final. Tally back in the chat as well with the Air New Zealand prop emojis. Here we are, that's our Q300 arrival. Always really love seeing those around the place. Still plenty of life left in them. Oh, absolute greaser of a landing too. Too good. Kyle just asking if I'm going to film the Dallas departure. What's that, 1:20? I suppose we can stay around until 1:20 and film that, yes. We'll get that and the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 arrival. I think that sounds doable. Was actually going to pack up in about 10 minutes or so after our Singapore Airlines 777 just because of the wind and it's cold and not very fun, but I can stay out. My chat has just completely frozen. There we go. Super cold out here. Our A320neo arrival from Sydney, now 5 minutes or so out, and 5 minutes behind that our Singapore Airlines 777 and the Star Alliance delivery is just crossing over the coast of New Zealand. Before any of that, our next arrival will be Oscar Juliet Sierra once again. It's probably the third or fourth time we've seen that plane today coming in from Wellington. Roy saying the flight going to Dallas, only 40-minute flight from where you are. 45-minute flight. With from yes, okay. Suppose Dallas is pretty big then. Texas, not Dallas. Texas seems pretty big. Yeah, sorry, what was that? I was, yeah, Texas seems like a pretty big state if it's a 45-minute flight to get across it. Although you might not even be the whole way across it. I don't know, how long would it take to fly from one end of Texas to the other end? Dash 8 just departed off 23 left, heading south. So our next arrival's just on a short final now. Air New Zealand Airbus A320 from Wellington. Dropping it like it's hot onto runway 23 left. Dallas is over 1 million people when you add Fort Worth and all the other suburbs. It's a pretty big place. Wow, so is that like saying the Auckland CBD has 1 million people in it, and that doesn't include the suburbs? Like, yeah, because that'd be huge, because Auckland with all the suburbs and everything is like 1 million and a bit people. I think this is pretty big. Then you go to the likes of Sydney or something, it's got just about the whole population of New Zealand in one city. So yeah, it must be a pretty big place. There's the A320 that just landed. You could jet from one end of Texas to the other in about 2 hours. Oh wow. So it's like the length of New Zealand. I think the longest domestic flight, Auckland to Invercargill, is about 2 hours as well. 1 hour 50. We've got our Air New Zealand A320neo just on a short final now. It's flying New Zealand 110 from Sydney. It's registered Zulu Kilo, November Hotel Charlie. First A320neo movement of the stream. We did have that one A321neo before. It was a 2-hour delay off to the Gold Coast. But this is our first 320neo. Alright. Dash 8 lining up now. I've made a decision that the Singapore Airlines will be the final movement of the show, currently on a long final. This aircraft, last departure of the show, New Zealand 169 Lima, off to Gisborne. Q300 registered Zulu Kilo November Echo Delta. Big crosswinds. Apparently the Q300 handles crosswind better than an ATR. Quite interesting actually. Even though the Q300 seats max 50, an ATR maxed out is about 72 I think. Air New Zealand has 68 on theirs. Oh wow, Roy saying population of Dallas Fort Worth in 2023 over 8 million. Huge. Hello, welcome to the show. Great to have your company. And Kay, those Manukau head hills look stunning in the background. It's great backdrop. Really nice. Our Singapore 777 just over Manukau. Be seeing that in another minute, 30 seconds. Looking forward to this arrival, hearing some G90 magic for the last movement of the show. And of course, a really nice livery to accompany it. Special livery. Yep. Alright, so this aircraft coming in now, Boeing 777-300ER of Singapore Airlines in the Star Alliance livery. It's registered 9 Victor Sierra Whiskey Mike. GE90 engines on that 777, the last movement of the stream. Brilliant morning we've had here in Auckland this morning. It's a shame that it's been so windy and I'm going to have to pack it up a bit early. But that's alright, because we'll be out here again soon and I look forward to it. But until then, we'll catch you in the next one. I'm Harry, you're watching Nony Flights NZ. Cheers.